Hi everyone, I'm so sorry about that. It was an absolute nightmare getting home. I've been here for a whopping like 2 minutes and I immediately jumped on and was like, I gotta start. So, for those of you who were hanging out waiting for me, thank you very much. I greatly appreciate that you did that. Oh, my intro's all messed up. Sorry. Um, for those of you who have not been here before, hello, my name is Alex, and this is my channel, Frank Fiction, where I do reading and productivity sprints every Friday. But I have a feeling that those of you who are waiting for me are already well acquainted with the channel. Tonight, I got some fun stuff that I'm reading right now. Still working on Death's End, which is going to take me a while because it is a chunky boy, but actually liking it more than I did The Dark Forest. Still liking it a lot more than that. And then I'm reading a book called Strangeville School is Totally Normal, and I'll probably end up finishing this tonight. And the illustrations are adorable. Not the best written children's book or like tween book I've ever read, but as a like a diversion, as something lighthearted to read, it's been good for me to pick up. So I can't say that I would complain. Be sure to stay hydrated tonight. Get yourself a drink. I'm going to be drinking water because I've been in a very warm car for a long time. Because it's well into the 90s here. It's been that way for days. We're having like a major heat wave and it's brutal. So please tell me what you are working on. What are you reading tonight? And I finally get to go in and read the comments. So Robert says, remote sprint from the car, make it so. I actually couldn't, Robert, because I don't think that StreamYard, which is the program that I'm using, has a mobile app. I mean, maybe they do, but I always assumed that I would have to do that on my computer. Barker, what are you doing? Are you getting into mischief? Bubby? Bubby will always get into mischief. Robert already calling 45 minutes, which is awesome. He's ready to rock and roll. Parker, what are you doing? Parker. Oh, he's just so happy for me to be home. He's in there like rooting around on the couch like a big old goober. Hi, Melinda. Good to see you. You said, Melinda, drive safely. Or Melinda said, drive safely. Thank you. And Nicole saying, no worries. And hello to Melinda and Robert. Heidi says, a late start works for me. Thanks, Heidi. Melinda says, hey, Nicole, I've watched one of your videos while I wait for Alex. Or watching one of her videos. Very cool. I actually watched one of her videos today as well. Robert says, Nicole, no worries. This from a person with no shelves. That was actually the video that I watched today. That's funny. Heidi says, Alex, I'm halfway through Sea of Tranquility audiobook. I think I'm finally getting to the good part. I hope. Yeah. Yeah. The Sea of Tranquility. I mean, I really loved that book, but I could definitely see why you'd be feeling that way. Of course, I didn't listen to the audiobook, so I have no idea what that experience is like, but I hope that it does get better for you. You poor thing. And Nicole says, Robert, LOL, I just went to the library today. Awesome. And Heidi says, after finishing 60 hours of listening to Robin Hobb, I think I may be a Hobb snob now. Her prose just feel so much better than anything else. Honestly, that's fair when you've read something or listened to something that you really love, and then you go and you kind of like switch gears to a totally different author. I could see where that would be pretty difficult. Faye says, haha, I'm not late. You're not. You were not. And Robert says, Alex, I hope we get a plethora of expletives from her today. I was cursing up a storm on the way home. Like, it was freaking ridiculous. So first, I ran into construction and I sat there for 10 minutes and I moved 3 feet. And so I turn around and I go down a different path and I'm heading down the way. And what do I come upon but a train that has completely stopped on the tracks and is blocking the road? So then I have to turn around there and go back, and I have to go find a path that the train has not already crossed yet, which I was successful in doing. But it was like, I have never had that happen before, and I was infuriated because I was like, great, I am absolutely going to be late today to my live, and I knew there was nothing I could do about it. So thank you all for your patience. Nicole says, yay, Faye. Alicia says, hello, everyone. Hello to you too, Alicia. You said I'm also down for the expletives. And Nicole says, Heidi, I read that as Barker's got the zoomies, everyone, so you're gonna you're gonna hear him probably in the background. Bubby, you sound like a ferocious beast. Barker. Hi, Bub. Oh, there he goes again. I don't think I can lower it. Bubby. Barker. 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 Come back. Nope. He wants me to chase after him, so he won't come in here. People want to see you. Bubby, people want to see you. Oh my goodness. Dude. This is what happens when he wants to play. It just sounds insane. Bubby, come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. I can't right now. I can't right now. Come here. Nope. Nope. I can't right now. That's okay. Just come up here and let me read these comments. And Nicole says, Heidi, I read that as Robin Hood and was confused for a second. Alicia laughing. Oh, God. 22 pounds just jumping on me. Heidi says, Robert, I think Alex swearing would be like Bizarro Superman or Mirror Mirror Kirk. No, I actually curse quite a lot, Heidi. I try to be good on the internet, but there's sometimes that it just happens. Robert says, Heidi, it's so much fun when she does the reviews. Cherry Cheetah, hello. Cherry Cheetah saying, hi, peeps. Robert saying, hello. Jamie, hi to you. Jamie says, hi, Alex and everyone. Now, Cherry Cheetah, I'm going to admit, because my brain is not operating on all cylinders today, is your name Laura or Lauren? I'm really sorry. I try to always remember people's names, and last week I ended up having the exact same problem, and I was like, I'm just going to ask. I'm going to admit that I need clarification, so I'm so sorry. And Melinda says, working on a bunch of stuff, a few short stories, and then Jumping Between the Wives by Simone Gorindo, memoir about military wives, and Oh Pioneers by Will Cather. Nice. And hello, Angel. Angel says, hello, everyone. Nice to see we made it another week. Yes, we did. Though I will let you all know, I will not be streaming next week because it is Keaton and I's anniversary. And we're going to go out and probably have dinner and maybe go to a movie. So I'm really excited about that. We've been together 2 years next week. And Cherry Cheetah says, I'm reading The Winter Duke and I'm obsessed. Okay, great. I'm glad that you're loving it. And Jamie says, just finished If at Faust You Don't Succeed by Roger Zelazny and Robert Sheckley, and A Night in the Lonesome October, also by Zelazny. Really like the second one. Sweet. Robert says, Jamie, hello. Faye says, I'm reading The Thing in the Snow by Sean Adams, nicely timed for the heat wave, and The Overachievers by Alexandra Robbins, a nonfiction about the teen rat race for placement in good colleges. I feel that one. I mean, I've been far removed from that for a long time, but still. Jamie says, I checked out Sea of Tranquility from the library this week. Cool. Well, I hope you end up liking it. Andy says, hi, Robert. And Natalie is here. Natalie says, hey, I'll be reading Shark Heart by Emily Habak. Sweet. I hope that ends up being fun. I've heard of that. Robert says, I'm reading a short story comp by, of Nathan Ballingroods. Okay. Cool. And Heidi says, one of the side characters in Tranquility Audio was a Valley Girl accent. Oh, the part I'm up to now, Bad Chickens, seem to be the best narrator out of 4. Interesting. I have a feeling I probably wouldn't have liked that audiobook then. But then again, I don't listen to them, so there you go. And Alicia says, he's so spunky. Yes, he is. Barker, I'm sure he's dejected right now because he's like, Mom didn't chase me around the house. And I feel bad about that because usually every time he shows that he wants to play, I'm always like right there for him. And I hate it when I have to say no. So I'll probably end up during the first sprint, like getting up and going out there with him so that I can like give him a good little like pet, and be able to come back. Also, so I can grab food because I haven't eaten yet. And You have better memory than me. I am Laura. Okay. So I was thinking it was Laura or Lauren. So I'm really glad I actually remembered Laura. Thank you. Thank you so much, Laura. I appreciate you for being forgiving about that. And Melinda says, "Woohoo, happy anniversary. Thank you." Yeah, I know 2 years in the green scheme of like anniversaries is a short time, but you got to start somewhere, and it's special to me. We're both very happy. Angel says, "How sweet. Happy anniversary. Thank you." And also from Laura. Thank you. And Denise, hi, Denise. Denise says, "Hello, reading Songs in Ordinary Time on page 186 of 740." That is a chunky, chunky book. So I hope it ends up being worthwhile. And with that, Robert already called the time first thing too on the sprint. So that was pretty cool. I will get that set up now. I also every week I like to change my cat. I like to adjust like the colors and everything just to keep it fresh and interesting. Of course I can't see, so there we go. That's what I'm going to do. All right. Ah, my mouse. There we go. All right. So I will share my screen with you all. Way we can get started here and I can go out there and take care of my sweet boy. Finally, I know, because it's what time is it? 22 minutes after 5, and but only 11 minutes into the sprint or into the stream. Goodness. All right, everyone. Enjoy your first sprint of the evening. Oh, I got to give you your question as well. And my question for you is, would you rather live in an underground shelter or a house in the sky? There you go. All right, 45 minutes on the clock. I'll see you all in a bit. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. Admittedly, I didn't really read during that sprint because I was trying to get a game set up on my PlayStation and I had to go through some rigmarole. So I was dealing with that. But before we left, I asked you all the question: would you rather live in an underground shelter or a house in the sky? I'm very curious to hear what you have to say. Let's see. Heidi says, I like longer chats and shorter sprints since I cannot read until my son goes to sleep. That is very fair, Heidi. And Natalie says, house in the sky because I could technically already live in an underground shelter. So it would be nice to experience something different. Oh, because you technically could already. Oh, like you have the ability to, but a house in the sky isn't something that's yet attainable. Okay, that makes perfect sense. That you want the novel experience. Faye says, underground all the way. I don't do heights. Okay. Heidi says, this question is Hobbiton versus the Jetsons. I choose sky for fresh air. I like that reason. Denise says, house in the sky. Don't even want to be underground when I'm dead. I love that. Just launch me into space or, cast my ashes into the wind. Heidi says, Denise, me either. And Nani, hi Nani. Nani says, I would love to live in the sky. Okay. And Robert says, I'm going with Sky House. Defy gravity, move anywhere you want, fly up above the storm. Yeah, I'm going to cheat on this question too. You always do, Robert. I can count on you for cheating on all the questions. My question for you then is if you all are going to choose to live in the sky, what form of transportation are you going to take to get back to the ground? Like, are you going to land your house? Is it going to be like a Howl's Moving Castle where like the house is your transportation? Or are you going to have like some sort of like sail or like a flying bike? Or are you going to have like a mini plane? Like, how are you going to get to and from the ground? Nani says, actually reading Diavola by Jennifer Thorne. Cool. I have not heard of that. Nicole says, talk to a friend during the chat and now watching everything back. My friend was panicking because it just hit her that I'm moving away. Oh, that is so sad. I mean, like, sweet. That is like sweet that, your friend is going to miss you, but I'm so sorry. That is hard when you're leaving people that you love behind. And you said, hi, Nani. And Denise, oops, Denise, how are you liking songs in ordinary time? And you also said house in the sky because I need to see the sun. Yes, I agree. I mean, just because you live underground doesn't mean you can't go to the surface. It just means that that's like where your main dwelling is. But I totally understand. You could have all the windows that you want, right, in a house in the sky. Zach, what's up? Zach says definitely underground. Hashtag Team Mole Man. Heidi says, hi Zach, what are you reading tonight? Laura says, while underground sounds a bit more practical, I picked the Sky House and hope climbing there doesn't include ladders. It would only if you wanted to. And Amal says, hello, peeps. Joining you peeps while watching for TAR sprints. I'll be listening to a romance or fantasy audiobook. Don't know which yet. Okay, cool. I hope that you have a good time with that, and I'm happy to have you. And Nicole says, I read a few pages in Station 11. That was my very first Emily St. John Mandel book, and I quite liked that one. And Melinda says, underground shelter, it feels cozier. Okay. And Nicole says, Jetsons for sure. He also said, why would we come back out of the sky? I mean, I guess theoretically, if you like had your house in the sky, you could find a way to grow food. But I was thinking, maybe you'd like to see trees or something from the ground. I don't think if I went up into the sky that I would just never want to come back down to earth again. I think that would make me sad. And Nicole says, oh, is everyone else still living down there? Hashtag remote work. Yes, that is absolutely right. You have a house in the sky, but not necessarily everybody else does. Laura says mini plane, 100%. And oh yeah, we're almost to the end of the comments, so be sure to let me know how long you want the next sprint to be, my peeplies. And Denise says, Nicole, it was just okay at first, but it's growing on me. Just wondering if I'm going to be able to finish before the next leg drops. Okay. And you said, "Oh, that is a lot to get through on one leg. How long do you have?" Melinda said she wants another 45 minutes. No problem. Robert says, Sky House, no one is asking where the plumbing goes. Well, hypothetically, if you grow your own food, it could go out to your garden. Like you could make like a whole circuit up there. I find this question difficult because I think living underground is more practical, and I like the idea of being able to come to the surface, and I wouldn't have to be worrying about being hit by planes or by lightning. I would also be fully protected in the event of a tornado. Probably not protected in the case of a flood. So I would have to like be okay in some place where there is like not much rain, I guess. Hmm. I don't know, but a house in the sky sounds a lot prettier than living in the dirt because I'm kind of like thinking of like a concrete bunker, and that doesn't sound like fun. But if it's a hobbit hole, like that's different because that's super cozy. Hmm. If I could guarantee that I live in a place that I don't have to be worried about being hit by a plane, I will choose the sky and come down for visits. Heidi said 30, so maybe on the next one, Heidi. Zach says, Hi, Heidi. I'm reading The Sundial by Shirley Jackson. Awesome. Denise says, Only read 4 pages, ate dinner. My granddaughter is here. She wants to go to Tim Hortons. Leaving the sprint up. Will read chat when I can. Okay, have fun at the store. And Nicole says, I see. I assume we were all living like the Jetsons. I take an escalator, people mover, get fresh air daily, and always make an entrance teleport when the weather is bad. I love that. Yeah, or you can have like a space elevator, one of those really cool, like high powered, super fast elevators that only runs on like, a tiny, tiny thin cable that you hear about in sci fi. That would be cool. And Diddy says about 3 days, but you never know. And Nicole says, Robert, we know where the plumbing goes. That's why we chose the sky. Natalie says, landing the sky house sounds good. Not sure I could deal with regularly skydiving or anything like that. That's fair. You don't want to just like leap out of your house with a little pack on you and then have to like jet your way back up to your house. And Nicole says, You'd be out of flight paths, Alex, sky communities. Oh, yeah, we'd have like a special ordinance or something. Like we'd have a big contract with the government saying, like, please don't hit us with your plane. And then the president, one day, because he doesn't have to follow the rules, just like flies his freaking, Eagle One or whatever they call it, like right through everybody's home. That sounds like a nightmare. That would be terrifying. Like you're just chilling in your house and you get hit by a plane. No. All right. So 45 minutes is going to be the next sprint. And I also got to get you all your next question. I will say I'm feeling quite distracted, probably because of the way that the sprint started and the fact that I was late today. I'm like just completely thrown off. Hopefully, I'm going to be able to concentrate here soon. So we'll see. So fingers crossed about that one. But your all's next question is, let's see. Oh, would you rather spend a whole day walking around a botanical garden or swimming with dolphins? There you go. And also tell me why. All right, 45 minutes up on the clock. See you all in a little bit, and happy reading. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I'm very nearly done with a Strangeville School book, so looking forward to completing that so I can start another one. I'm really enjoying the reading of middle grade books right now. It's a nice comfort. I don't have to like exert too much mental energy when I'm also reading something like Death's End. Like two super dense books that take a lot of like mental effort at one time. That's the reason why when I read things like this, usually I only read this and I don't have multiple books, but for middle grade, it's okay. I'm realizing it's totally okay. Before we left, I asked you all the question, would you rather spend a whole day walking around a botanical garden or swimming with dolphins? Curious to hear your answers on this one. Let's see. Zach says President's planes and is Air Force One. Eagle One landed on the moon. Thank you. I was like, I knew that the name that I had given was totally wrong, but I just couldn't in the moment remember what it was. And the president's Pegasus is called Air Horse One. That's great. Thanks, Zach. Nicole says, can we get in and out of the water because the whole day is long? Yes, you can get in and out of the water. It's just like, think of it as like a dolphin swimming experience where like you have like a little dock, or like a beach that you're on and you can get out and you can have a picnic and get drinks and then you can get back in the water and swim with them. Faye says garden. And Natalie says, swimming with dolphins, they seem so friendly. Although the book I'm reading is about a man mutating into a great white shark, so that's putting me off going into the sea a little. I can imagine. Heidi says, when I was in Costa Rica, I had a choice of butterfly gardens or zip line. This question reminds me of that choice. When I was young, all my snorkeling moments were disasters, so I would choose gardens. That's fair. So in your choice between butterfly garden and zip line, did you then choose butterfly garden? Admittedly, in that case, Heidi, I would have chosen zip line because I love zip lines. They're a lot of fun, and I've been on some really long ones. The most exciting zip line experience I ever had was with my dad and my stepmom Sandy, and we actually did zip lining in a cavern, like a man-made cavern, and they had all these different courses that you can go on. And I'm typically somebody that's not like afraid of heights. Like I'm not worried about stuff. And, because you always have to end up standing on a platform, on the edge when they're hooking you up. But it was the very last one inside that cavern. We were on these really tall telephone poles that were holding the platform up. And because all of it was made out of wood, it swayed. And I was the last person to go because they were like, yeah, we need one person to come with us, so the instructor will go down at the same time. And I was like, yeah, sure, no problem. And I had to stand on the edge of that platform in a cavern, staring down at like this. It felt like it was forever away, just like, a pure rock bottom beneath me. And all I saw was death. And it took like everything I had because I kept trying to I wanted to grab the guy to like feel like I was held on. Of course, I wasn't going anywhere because I had my safety harness, but that's the only time ziplining that I've ever had a moment of being like, whew. But when I finally was able to go and I could jump off, I had a lot of fun. That was okay. It was getting hooked up on that last one. That was the scary part. And Laura said, I absolutely love the sea, so any time spent there would be a dream come true, regardless of the dolphins. Okay, cool. I love that. And Zach says, I'll go with the garden. I've read Pod by Laline Paul, and let's just say dolphins don't keep their flippers to themselves. Yeah. Unfortunately, that's something to consider for sure. And you said, is the dolphin my tour guide through the gardens? I'll go with that. I don't think your dolphin being a tour guide through a garden would be very much fun because that's a beached dolphin and that just sounds like a miserable time. Diane, hello, Diane. Diane says evening and chooses swimming with dolphins. Awesome. I was laughing at Natalie's comment. Diane says, please stay hydrated, cool, and comfy, my friends. Happy summer solstice. Yes, happy summer solstice to you as well, which means that it's going to officially start, the days are going to start shortening from here on out. And I can definitely say that the intensity of the sun this June is way stronger than it was last year. It's kind of crazy to me, like how much hotter it is than last year because we're just like having a massive heat wave. I normally am not one of those people that like looks forward to rain. In this case, we definitely need it, and there's a chance for rain tomorrow evening, and I'm like, I hope so because it'll maybe help to cool everything off. And Vanessa, hi, good to see you. Vanessa says, hi there. And oh, I would like to spend a whole day walking around a botanical garden. Me too. That is my choice because I really love gardens, and that just sounds so peaceful to me. And just like I've imagined kind of like a little cafe area there, just sitting outside. Yeah, it's perfect. Hi, Christina. Christina says, hi, Alex, teleporting in from Vanessa's. Hope you are well listening to the Battle of the Labyrinth with my kiddo. Cool. Hope you're having a great time, and thanks for coming by. And also for, your reminder to hydrate and hug the like button. Thank you so much. And Zach says, hi, Dr. B. And Alicia says, swimming with dolphins. All right. Robert says, hot. Yeah, it is hot. And Laura says, oh dear, there's a storm outside and now the electricity is out. I can't read. No! And you got to get like one of those little neck lights, Laura. Like I have one and I love these things. It's not admittedly like perfect peak comfy because it's not, it doesn't have like a little neck cushion, but you could probably like make one, like get like a little sock. That sounds silly. I never thought about that. I could get like a little comfy sock and put it in the back and just have my little lights. I'd recommend it. That way we're not completely stranded. Diane says, stay safe, Laura. And Melinda says, it's close, but I'd say the garden only because a whole day in the water seems a bit much. Yeah, I would just get burnt to a crisp. And not even to mention what would happen to Keaton. At least I tan. Like I've started tanning this season. That poor man, the only thing he gets is burnt and more freckles. But he's so cute. And Nicole says 30 pages read in Station 11. Nice. How are you liking it so far, Nicole? I hope that you're enjoying it. I was having a hard time earlier remembering like all the names of her different books because Station 11 and Sea of Tranquility were the two that I enjoyed the most. The one that was The Glass Hotel, the middle one that she wrote, was the one that was my least favorite of all of them. Curious for you then, Heidi, since you're listening to that, if the audiobooks for Station 11 or The Glass Hotel would have been any better. No idea. And Emily says, hello, Botanical Garden by Water. Reading Soul Taming the Serpent and loving it. That's cute. Melinda says, okay, if I can get in and out of the water, I'm changing my vote to the dolphins. Okay, very fair. And Nicole says, all day with the dolphins, picnic with the dolphins. Dolphins! That's what my mom would do too. Lauren, hey, Lauren. Lauren says, hey, Alex and friends, Kinsey and I swam with dolphins while on our honeymoon. That's so cute. I was honestly scared when we got into the water with them. Oh no, the dolphin was the boss in the water. Oh yeah, I'm sure. They're very self-confident and you're getting into their territory. But I hope that you had a great time. And also please tell Kinsey and Harper and Graham hello and give the family the love. Hope you're having a great time. I know it's super hot, so I hope you're all staying cool. And Faye says, I'm having a panic attack. Just listen to this, Alex. Give me butterflies. Oh, yeah, that's fair. That's very fair. You're talking about with the zip lining. Yeah, sorry. I don't want to scare anybody. That was a very interesting experience. Natalie says 50 pages in total of Shark Heart. I'm off to bed now. I'm in the UK. Thanks for chats and sprints. You are most welcome. Hope you have an awesome weekend. Thanks for coming. Diane says, that sounds awesome, Alex. Yeah. Denise says, got back from Tim Hortons, read 6 pages on page 196. May get more reading done next sprint. A granddaughter is playing on her phone. Well, hopefully you all are just having a good time chilling. And Diane says, thank you. You're welcome. And Denise said, garden. Yeah. Heidi says, the earth is going to get so hot we may all have to live underground one day to keep cool. Well, hobbit hole for the win then, I guess, because you're certainly, I mean, you could be cooler up in the sky, but, in order to really feel cooled off, you have to go where there's less oxygen. So, being underground might be a little bit better. And Zach says, I finished The Sundial. It's officially my least favorite Shirley Jackson. Hmm. I'm being very polite and giving it 2 stars. It's where Stephen King got the name Dick Halloran for The Shining. Oh, I did not know that. Learn something new all the time. Also, we're getting close to the end of the comments here, so let me know how long you would like the next sprint to be. And Nicole says, I'm liking it, but I'm not sure if I like the Miranda Arthur side story. That's okay. I'm really interested to see how you feel about that by the end. And Laura says, necklight sounds nice, better than the one you put on your forehead. I have one of those too. I look like a spelunker when I wear that, which is the main reason why I got one for my neck, is because it also just gets very uncomfortable to just have that pressure just stuck to your face while you're trying to read. When Keaton and I first started dating, there was a night that he fell asleep on the couch and I wanted to read, and I wanted him to be able to be in the dark and not wake him. And I put that on my face and I just sat on the couch and I just read, and I felt like a big old goober, but it worked. And Diane says, an underwater garden with dolphins would be the best of both worlds. There you go. And Heidi says, Zach, I read The Haunting of Hill House because King mentioned how influential it was for him. That's a book I need to read, but it's not a priority. And Laura says, anyway, good night, peeps. Good night to you too, Laura. Good to see you again. And Nicole says 45. And so did Diane, and so did Denise. All right, 45 it will be. And Nicole says, I'm sure the Miranda Arthur will tie in better, but right now it's messing with pacing. Okay, that's fair. And Diane says, Necklight is better for sure, and my Kindle has it all. Yeah, I do on the Kindle Oasis like the backlight that it has, and the fact that I can change the tone of the light, because like a bright white light in the dark hurts really bad, but if I can do the yellow, it helps my eyes a lot. So that is definitely beneficial. Zach says, yeah, Hill House gets a shout out in You Like It Darker. Yeah. Jamie says, I always enjoy a day at a botanical garden, especially with a shady bench, water bottle, snacks, sketch pad, and a book. Yeah, Jamie, you know where it's at. That's great. Well, that was a good one. Thank you all for your responses. That was lovely. I will go ahead and get the timer reset here, and I also have to give you all your next question. Let's see. I can't remember if I ever asked you all this question, but if I did, it was very early on when doing sprints, but it's possible it's new. Would you rather be stuck in a romantic comedy with your worst enemy or a horror movie with your best friend? this is a real question. And you have to tell me why. You have to say why one of those is better than the other. Zach says, I wear baseball caps, so I have lights that clip to the bill. That's a good idea. That's cool. See, when you work with what you got, that's perfect. All right, everybody, I will go ahead and get the next 45 minutes up on the clock. By the way, what does it look like when No, I don't like that one. I'm curious how to do some of these, like changing the size of me. Like I'm gonna have to play around with the settings, because I think I might be able to make a custom one where I can do like 2 equal sizes and have a cool background. I'll figure it out. I'll always figure it out. It's just gonna take time. I gotta mess with it. All right. So be sure to answer that question. Enjoy your reading, and I will see you all again in a little bit. All right, everybody, come on back and let me know how you did. I finished Strangeville and have started one of my books of 24 books of 24, which is White Elephant by Julie Langsdorf. So I'm hoping that I'm going to like this one. I tried to prevent myself from having any kind of spoiler about what people think of this book, but the worst part is when you go on to Goodreads and you put that you're like currently reading a book, there's like no way to avoid seeing what the average rating is. It's super annoying. So I'm curious to see how I feel about this compared to everyone else who's read it. I'm hopeful. I'm always hopeful when I go into a book. I feel like it's important to do that. But anyway, before we left, I asked you all the question, would you rather be stuck in a romantic comedy with your worst enemy or a horror movie with your best friend? Don't think we got too many responses probably for this one, and that's totally okay. We can always jump right into another sprint. Let's see. Oop. Sorry, my comment thing is jumping around. I'm having a hard time clicking on it. There we go. Emily says rom-com with enemy because I hear enemies to lovers is a huge trope. That it is. In a horror movie with my best friend would lead to last girl standing, and I don't want either of us to die. Okay, that's very fair. I mean, I guess the question would be what kind of horror is it? Because there's all different kinds of horror. You know, you have like supernatural horror, you have like the crazed killer horror, you could have like, I don't know, a weird pandemic that you have to live through. Like there's all different kinds of stuff. Diane was telling Zach that his baseball cap light was cool. And also that sounds like fun to Jamie for her botanical garden. And Diane says rom-com, Alex, which would probably turn into a horror film. So you're saying your rom-com wouldn't have a happy ending, Diane? And Faye says horror movie. Dating is scarier than serial killers and monsters, and I don't want to have to deal with my worst enemy ever again. That is fair, Faye. Totally fair. Zach says horror movie. My BFF knows her way around a horror movie, and so the monsters would be stuck in the movie with us, not the other way around. You're doing the whole Rorschach from Watchmen. You know, the I'm not stuck in here with you. You're stuck in here with me kind of thing. I love that. Also, one of my favorite superhero movies of all time. Alicia says, hello, Alex. Hello, Alicia. Just joined taking it easy today after Universal trip. Cool. And kiddo swim lessons. I booped the like button. Thank you so much. And I hope that you do get to unwind because that sounds like a lot and also sounds like a ton of fun. You said, that is a tough would you rather. I'd say a horror movie, at least I have my best friend. Yes. See, this is my theory for myself. I would not want to do a romantic comedy because I've already found my person, right? And I don't want to be in any sort of thing like that. But if I got to be with my best friend in a horror film, I would do everything in my power to make sure that both of us lived. I can't guarantee anybody else who would end up being in it, but I would make sure we lived. And I believe in myself for that. I think I could do it. I'm pretty fast. I'm pretty agile, especially like if I'm trying to get away from something. I used to be pretty good at the game of tag, of like not getting tagged it. So I don't know. I'd like to think I wouldn't die. But everybody thinks that, right? And Melinda says, I'm voting for romantic comedy because as much as I love my best friend, she wouldn't last long in a horror film. That's fair. But see, this is making me ask the question, like, what kind of horror film would it be? Because I don't want to be in anything that's like Saw, you know, where you have to like do horrible things to yourself or other people in order to get out, like where it's a game. That would be horrifying. And I definitely think it would come down to the whole last girl mentality. I definitely don't want that. But I'm thinking like, I don't know, like zombie movie. I think I could survive in a zombie apocalypse, at least for a time. And if anything happened where my best friend got bitten, I would make sure that they did not suffer, and as much as I would hope that for myself as well. I actually have friends that have made a pact, like I'm not part of this at all, but they've made a pact that like if the zombie apocalypse ever happens, that like if they ever got bitten, that they would be the one to eliminate the other one. And I'm like, I can't make that kind of commitment. Also, I don't want that to happen. I don't even want to think about that. It won't. Zombies aren't real, but it's just like, what a weird, what a thing to make promises about. And Nicole says 20 to 30 pages read. Good job. He said, dinner is almost ready. Tikka masala chicken and rice. Oh, I've been craving Indian so bad. All I want is my paneer tikka masala. Paneer tikka masala is my favorite. It is life. It is all I want. They have buffets like all over the place where I live, and most of them are pretty dang good. And I might have to ask Keaton if we could do that this week. We did not do it last weekend because I grilled out. I actually had friends over, and I worked on my grilling skills, and it actually turned out pretty well. I was happy about it. Other than I decided to buy a new type of brat because I like beer brats a lot. And Johnsonville's a really good brand, but they had like these limited time queso brats, which if you love cheese and you're a big fan of queso, specifically queso kind of cheese, then that would sound like automatically amazing, right? Which is why I bought them. I did not like them. Yeah, I decided beer brat all the way. And Nicole said, romantic comedy, I can't handle horror movies. That's true. That's fair, Nicole. Yeah, I understand. I remember you saying that you get easily frightened by that kind of stuff. And Jamie says, I got to chapter 4 in The Time of Transference by Alan Dean Foster. Very cute so far. Nice. Glad it's cute. Zach says, I started Untethered Sky by Fonda Lee, something short just for me, even though I still have 3 book club books to get to. I'm hoping you don't mean 3 book club books by the end of the month, because we're tick-tocking on that one. And Nicole said, I'd die after the first jump scare. Your heart would just seize, and you'd be like, oh, that's terrible. But also, I understand. You know what, Nicole? If we ever were stuck in a horror movie scenario together, I would make sure you lived. I just want you to know that. I would be looking out for you, and I would make sure that you survived. And Denise said, I think horror movie, read 20 pages on page 216. Very, very nice. And Diane says, yes. Wink. And Jamie says, rom-com, I'm cool with being the sarcastic, non-dating friend or neighbor. That's fair. I guess like your enemy doesn't have to necessarily be your romantic partner. I didn't think about that. Jamie finding the loopholes in here. And Melinda says, you could be in a romantic comedy and not be the one in the romantic plot. Dang it, Melinda caught that. Okay, all rom-coms need fun side characters. You both are so right. You're so right. I might have to change my answer then, because if I can scoff at other people having to deal with that craziness, that might be better, because dating is not fun. Regardless of what people say, like trying to find your person is not the greatest joy. It's like the settling of comfort into a relationship that I think more people crave. I guess some people crave like the newness of dating, but that person is not me. So I don't want to go through that again. I'm content with the love of my life I've already found. And Diane says, everything was a horror show before my husband. He is my person. See, Diane, I'm with you. Yes, that is exactly how I feel. It was horrible. And then I met Keaton, and then the world was good. And Nicole said, or a romantic comedy with an amnesia trope. Then you fall in love again and again. Yeah, that's a really interesting thing I have thought about before after seeing this episode of House years ago, where a woman ended up suffering. I don't know if she had like a brain injury, I can't remember, but she completely forgot her husband. And her husband kept trying to be like, no, I'm your husband. Like, I love you. Like, we're together. And she was very resistant to that because obviously she had no idea who he was. And he ended up receiving the advice from the doctors of like, hey, try wooing her again. Try like doing things that you would do to win somebody over, like in a date. And by the end of the episode, like they were going to go out, you know, and get something to eat. And he had like brought her flowers and things like that, which is cute, but also horrifying for him because she doesn't remember any of the things that he does, which just sounds so, so sad. But I have wondered that before. It's like without the context of like the specific time at which you meet somebody, would you fall in love with them again? I don't know. Sometimes things just have to happen in a certain way. And Diane says, vintage Dracula works for me. There you go. And Nicole says, I can't even handle watching horror films, forget being in one. That's fair. That is very, very fair. I think as long as long as it's not a slasher film, I could probably handle it. Like if it's some sort of like zombie thing or like maybe aliens, like an alien movie or possibly even something supernatural horror because like there's always a weakness to the ghost. Like there's always some way to get rid of it. So I don't know. I'm thinking. Need an exorcism. Emily says, if I was in a zombie movie with my bestie, I would turn into Shaun of the Dead. Yeah, with one of us in the garage chained up hanging out. I was just thinking about that movie while I was reading World War Z. That's one of Keaton's favorite films, and he's shown it to me. And I've seen it only once, but the ending of that is so memorable. It was wild. Diane says, wait, zombies aren't real? I mean, me, when I wake up first thing in the morning, I mean, debatable about whether they're real, but outside of that, I don't think so. Not the whole undead part, not in the traditional sense. Nicole says, yum, I may have to come visit and have some Indian food. Yes. Yes. So many good places. Oh, and that's the beautiful part about Indian food is so Indian and Mediterranean are the two main types that if I ever had to be like pescatarian or vegetarian for any reason, like woke up one day and I was allergic to meat, I would be able to live because they cater so much to people who like vegetables and only eat vegetables. And it's just like they have amazing food. And Zach says the limited edition beer cheese brought from a few years ago weren't very good either. What a bummer. Apparently they haven't figured out cheese, which like how do you not do that right? Like, come on, Johnsonville. Denise says, never mind. For some reason, I was thinking watching the movie, not living in it. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. So you want to go to rom com? Jamie says, my dinner is also rice, made mushroom rice from scratch using lots of mushrooms and melted cheese on top. Very tasty. That sounds really good. I made homemade onigiri last night, which I'm sure a lot of you probably know what onigiri is, but for those of you who don't, it's a rice ball that you put like you can put different meat mixtures into. So some people like it with pork, some people like it with spam, some people like it with salmon. I made mine with tuna and Kewpie mayo and sriracha, and then I wrapped it up in the seaweed, and then I used more Kewpie and sriracha as a dipping sauce, which is very tasty. It's my favorite way to eat it. Though, admittedly, I cannot make it as well as a local, like international grocery store that is all the way friggin' on the other side of town that takes forever to get to. And it has to be a special trip in order for me to go. But I'm trying. I'm working on it. I do okay. Zach says, of course, it's 3 more by the end of the month. Zach, I mean, to be fair, you read way faster than me, so I believe in you that you can do that. I could not unless they were extremely short or like some sort of graphic novel. Nicole says, it'd be easy since the entire time I would just be in a corner in fetal position. You just have to protect the area and bring me food. Well, you know what? If it was like a last person standing scenario, I could find a really good place to hide you and we'll figure it out. We will be the last people standing. Like if okay, I have an idea. The movie we'd have to be in. It's some sort of like battle dome, like Thunderdome situation, okay, but there's all this terrain and these different buildings that you can hide in, and there's like secret alcoves, and all you have to do is survive until the timer goes off. Like as many people as possible can live, but you have to survive until the timer goes off. And maybe like I don't know, people are competing for some type of prize or like the more people who die, like you get something. Because obviously it's a horror film, so it has to be demented in some way. But I'm just thinking, I'm like, okay, survive until the timer goes off. We could do that. I believe in it. Melinda says dating is absolute hell, especially now. Like I met Keaton online. I met him on one of the dating apps, and I had tried like different ones before, and it was all terrible. But like my mom's generation, like I have talked to so many people, and they're all like, "Man, I'm glad I don't have to try to find a partner like in today," because going on all the apps is just terrible. It's like, yeah, it is. It really is. I mean, it obviously still can work out, but it's a lot of trial and error. A lot. Nicole says, but is a rom com, but in a rom com, dating is always funny. It is. It depends on the rom com. I'm not a huge fan of them because I think some of them are like kind of but like one of my favorites I was talking to Keaton about actually the other day is Wedding Date. Like that one has such a great premise, and I'm sure I'm hoping at least most of you have seen that one because it's just such an awesome film of like hiring a man to come with you as your date to the wedding of the the well, they were best friends. I'm trying to think. I almost said brother, but no. So like your sister is marrying a man and his best friend is your former fiance and you're both going to be at the wedding, so you hire a really attractive like male escort in order to be your person at the wedding, your plus one. Just such a great film. I love that. Jamie says, I could also go for a side character in a survival horror, the oddly successful hermit who provides help to the main character at a crucial moment. Oh, I like that. I like that too. You could also be, Jamie, what if you were like the vendor in a video game, like Resident Evil style, who like opens up their trench coat and is like, what are you buying? Like, what are you buying, stranger? Like, that would be awesome. It would be so fun. Melinda says, Nicole, but dating in a rom com is funny for the audience, and the side character is still hell for the people involved. I agree. And Nicole says, Melinda, true. There's those awkward moments, but it all works out in the end. Yeah, it usually does. Dinner time. Hope you enjoy your dinner. Emily says, I'd be in when Harry met Sally. She hates him at first. I will be the first one to admit I have never seen that film, but my favorite movie that she acts in is You've Got Mail, which is another example of a rom com that I enjoy, if you consider that a romantic comedy. It's also partially, I guess, kind of a drama, but I love that film. That is one of my feel good films, best films of all time. So good. And then Melinda says, "What? When Harry Met Sally is a classic. I've seen like parts of it. Like I know about like the restaurant scene, for example, and I've seen the ending and like heard them talk to each other, and it does look like a really good film. I just haven't seen it yet. One of the films with her and Tom Hanks, because I immediately watched it after I saw You Got Mail for the first time, which was Sleepless in Seattle. I did not like that film, like pretty much at all. I didn't understand why it was referenced all the time because You've Got Mail is such a superior film, but I don't know. Faye says You've Got Mail is a tragedy. It kind of is, but it also has a happy ending. But okay, there is one part of You Got Mail that I don't like, and that is that he looks at her, spoiler, by the way, he looks at her and is like, hey, I know I completely ruined your business, and now you don't have a job anymore, and the shop was really special to your mom, but I hope that you'll find it into your heart to forgive me because I love you. Like that part is the one thing where I'm like, that is not a good message. Like the millionaire won in the end, but there she makes it because she's a strong, independent woman and she finds her path, and she becomes an author too, which is cool. I hope. And Diane says, You've Got Mail is one of my absolute favorite movies, too. Yeah, it's pretty great. And Faye says, I won't say why because spoilers, but I'm forever angry. I just ruined it, Faye, so no worries. I'm happy to spoil it. Here's the thing. That's an old-ass movie. That is super old. Like, if you have not watched You've Got Mail, shame on you. Like, you should. You absolutely should. Sorry if you're mad that I just mentioned that, but trust me when I say that that is not even remotely close to all of the things that happen in the film. Like, there's so much that goes on in that movie. Melinda says, Sleepless in Seattle is a stalker movie. Yes, it is. Absolutely. 100%. It's weird as shit. And they never say a word to each other. Like the letter is, a communication, but like in the movie, at the end, they don't talk at all. It's weird. It's super freaking weird. I hate that film. Okay, so now that I've gone on my weird rom-com tragedy in a phase opinion rant, I will ask how long you all would like the next sprint to be. I will say because we're at the over 3 hour mark, if we end up doing another 45 minutes, well, I'm trying to think. Yeah, I think what I could do is I could do one 45-minute and I could do one 30-minute if that works for you all. So the question is, would you like the 30-minute one to come first or would you like that one to be last? Let me know. Emily says, When Harry Met Sally is better than You've Got Mail, definitely need to watch. Really? It's better than You've Got Mail? That surprises me. Okay. I'll see if I can convince Keaton to watch it. I'm sure he would. Like he loves The Wedding Date and You've Got Mail, so I think he would. He's a very open-minded individual about that stuff. He's not one of those guys that's like, romantic comedy, gross. That's a chick flick. Like, no, that's not him. Okay, so Melinda would like the 45 to come first, and then we can do the 30-minute one as our last sprint. So that means that I have to ask you all another question. And because I already know what my last question is because it's the one I ask every week. Okay. I'm going to do, would you rather have a 50-mile commute to and from work? That's one way is 50 miles. Or spend 3 hours of your free time every weekday doing chores. So this will be an interesting one because I have a feeling some of you are going to be like, yeah, I do chores all the time anyway. And I'll be like, yeah, I get that. Or some of you may have commuted that far depending on where you live. So do let me know. And I will go ahead, get the 45 minutes up on the clock, enjoy the second to last sprint of the night. I will see you all in a bit. All right, everybody. Excuse me. Come on back. Let me know how you did. I took a little break and ate a salad, and then I ended up getting back to reading White Elephant. I'm not very far in right now. I'm just at page 13. Very curious about the way that the author is building characters, and I've started doing my like little map of how people are connected. Fortunately, we haven't been introduced to that many characters yet, but I'm sure we're going to end up getting more probably very soon. And before we left, I asked you all the question: would you rather have a 50-mile commute to and from work, or spend 3 hours of your free time every weekday doing chores? This doesn't sound like a lot of fun to me. And let's see. Diane said a 50-mile commute. Okay, fair. I'm kind of curious why a 50-mile commute. Is it just because you prefer driving over doing chores, or is it because of the 3 hours specifically of chores? Melinda says, commute. The only thing I miss about working was my commute. It was extra reading time when I rode the train in, but I could do audiobooks if I drove. There you go. I like that. And Diane gave me a sticker. That's the first time that's ever happened. Thank you so much, Diane. What a sweetheart you are for that. And Faye says, chores, fewer panic attacks. There you go. That is perfectly fair. Diane says, it is pouring rain with thunder and lightning here. The dogs are going bonkers. No! Oh, I hope that calms down for you soon. I'm sorry to hear that. Thunderstorms are never fun. Jamie says, I'll take the long commute. I can't drive, so it'd be by bus and I could read. I do most of the chores already. Okay, there you go. I like the finding more time to read on the commute. Nicole says, going for a walk and ice cream if I don't make it back before the end. Thanks for hosting. Okay, cool. Thanks, Nicole. Hope you're having fun. I love going for a late night walk. I actually might take Bub on one here in a little bit after we're done. Alicia says, I would rather spend 3 hours doing chores. I kind of already do that with my little ones. Oh, well. See, I was wondering, it's like some people probably do like end up having to do chores every day, and like do a certain amount of them, especially when you have little kids. And Nicole said, I'd rather commute, especially if someone else did all the chores. There you go. That's a good workaround. I can't, honey. I have my commute. Robert says 3 hours every weekday doing chores. At least I'm home. I'm guessing I work from there. There you go. Yes. Teresa says, hello, just got here. Well, I'm glad that you were able to make it, but I thought I would answer your question. I used to have to drive 50 miles to work every day, and I would rather spend 3 hours doing chores. Yeah, I think the commute can be good or bad depending on how traffic is in your area. Because if you live in like a rural area and you're driving 50 miles, that might be a pretty smooth commute. But if you're living in like the middle of the city and you're dealing with rush hour traffic when everybody is trying to get home, 50 miles is a really long time to fight through that, especially if you also live in a place that has a crap ton of construction, which we do. So I would not end up choosing a commute only because I have Barker and I have to be able to get home at a reasonable time because I want to take care of him and I want to make sure I can spend time with him and that he's not alone all day. I'm like very protective of making sure that he is taken care of. And so for that reason alone, I would end up being forced to do chores. But at least hopefully I could like listen to music and, put on videos and stuff in the background and have like, I don't know, some me time. And you said sometimes in bad weather, it took almost 3 hours to drive home. Oh, sometimes getting stuck and walking up to a mile in snow. No, always travel prepared. Yeah, no doubt. I know that they make those little like boards for your tires that you can put under. And actually, when I was growing up, I had a friend that her first car was an old Volvo, and it was rear wheel drive. And she carried around a bag of sand with her, one to help weigh down the rear end if she hit ice, but two because you can tear open the bag of sand, right? Or kitty litter. I think kitty litter works just as well. But that is awful. Walking up to a mile in snow. I'm so sorry. Nani says, until when are you going to stay? Oh, in terms of like doing the stream tonight, I'm going to probably go until we're about 4.5 hours once I've like gotten to be able to read everybody's comments. So it'll probably be a little bit more than that and then be able to say goodbye to people. But yeah, I usually try to do between 4 and 5 hours whenever I do my sprints. It's not very often that I do less than that. Zach says 3 hours of chores. Fair. Nani says, what are you reading? I am reading White Elephant. I finished Strangeville. Strangeville is Totally Normal, which is the name of that. It was like a middle grade kind of tween book that I read. And then I'm also reading a hard sci-fi novel called Death's End, which is the third book in Session Leo's The Three Body Problem trilogy. So kind of giving myself a good amount of like genre variety. I can't read two sci-fi books at once or two horror books at once. I have to like break it up. Though I'm starting to realize that reading multiple books at once is the way to go. Like I just hadn't done that in so long, and I can't believe I ever stopped because I used to have to when I was in school, like when I was in like high school and college, because we always had books that we were required to read. If I wanted to read anything for pleasure, I always had to read it in conjunction with like some required reading. And it got to the point where I would like only read one book at a time after I got out of school. I don't know that I'm going to want to go back to doing that now, unless a book is just so good that I only want to read that one. And Denise said, read 24 pages, long commute. There you go. Diane says, reading time. Also, we traveled 2.5 to 3 hours each way, not too long ago, reading in sleep time when hubby drives. That sounds terrible, my friend. I mean, I know that you can read and get some sleep, but that is a lot to deal with. I don't think I could do that. And you said, you're welcome. Thank you again. And Jamie said, I'm almost to 50% in my audiobook. Still really cute. Maybe looking up more books by Alan Dean Foster soon. I love that. I really do love that. And Emily says this is lose-lose, so I guess I'll go with commute given it's via public transit. There you go. If I had a commute that was via public transit, that would probably be a lot easier for a way that I would spend my time than trying to fight traffic in a car. So I respect that. Did you ever watch The Three Body Problem on Netflix? If so, interested in your thoughts. I have not. And I said that I would after I finished Death's End because I don't know the way that they structured the show, if they get into any details from other books or, if they like jump ahead or you get introduced to other characters. And I just have a huge aversion to spoilers in that way. Like I am not somebody who enjoys knowing the things that are going to come specifically when I'm reading a book. Hi, honey.
Sorry, I was going to take you out.
Okay, I was actually going to go with him after my last sprint. But if you want to go now, you can.
I'll do a short little loop and do one again later.
Okay, that sounds good. Have fun. Be careful.
Great chicken video, by the way.
Oh, thanks. Sorry, but yeah, I will get to it. I just haven't yet. Somebody actually suggested that I do a review of the TV show after I've reviewed all the books. I don't know. I don't know if I will, because I think all would happen it would turn into a comparison video between the things that were originally in the book versus how the show turned out, which is how I felt about The Expanse and why I couldn't watch The Expanse because it just pissed me off so much for how much they changed. So I don't know. Nani says, yeah, I do that too. I'm reading 3 books at a time. David Copperfield by Dickens, Diavola by Jennifer Thorne, and first book from ACOTAR. And that's a really good way to like kind of run the gambit, right? You're getting all the variety. I like that. Melinda said, taking the kids to see their friends in a play, so I'm logging off now. Thanks for the sprints. Thanks for coming, Melinda. This was fun. And Teresa said, I wish I had buses or trains when I was working back then. If I did, I wouldn't have minded much. Totally fair. We don't have anything like that. Where I live, it's desolate. Like when I was in London and I got to take the underground everywhere, and you realize what it's like for a city to have a really good functioning subway system. It's like, dang, everybody should have this. Why don't we? And yeah, we just don't. But yeah, I will go ahead and get the last sprint set up for you all, which means my obligatory final question of the evening must be asked, which is, what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? Just give me one thing. Could be big, could be small, doesn't matter. Just one thing. And Jamie said, I got really good at reading multiple books at once pretty fast in grad school when you're expected to read and react to a small stack of nonfiction books each week. Reading more faster is useful. Very true. That is fair. What was your major, Jamie? Were you a history major reading nonfiction? I mean, that's, I guess, kind of a stupid question. There's plenty of things like philosophy, right? That would be nonfiction. I'm just curious. I don't remember us talking about that, but if we have, I apologize because I have forgotten. I will go ahead and get the timer set up here and get the last amount of time up. And so we'll probably end up running to about 4 hours and 40 minutes by the time we get to say our goodbyes. So enjoy the last sprint, and I'll see you all in a bit. Happy reading. All right, everybody, come back from the last sprint of the night. How did you do? I made it a little bit further in White Elephant, and I can see where the drama is going to unfold. And before we left, of course, I had to ask you all my weekly question, which is what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? So let's see. Jamie was answering my question about her majors, and she said, I studied political science in grad school, specializing in public policy and political theory. That is very intense and super impressive. Zach says, I found my missing hat. Yay! The dog stole it. It was buried under her blankets. Aw. Otherwise, this week was rough because I haven't been sleeping well for no reason. Darn it. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope that this coming week is going to be a lot easier on you for sure. Barbara says, proud of. I shared a booktuber channel because she's great and only has 44 subscribers, which is a sin. A Maeve Ever Books. Well, I'm happy that you were able to share, and hopefully people can go and check her out. So thank you for that, Robert. You were always supporting people, and I think that's great. Faye says, I'm having trouble remembering the past week, so I guess I'm proud of surviving whatever it is that I'm blocking out. Sometimes weeks go by like that, Faye, and it's okay if there's nothing crazy that happened or like any extravagant thing that occurred that you're proud of. It can be something simple. Me, I'm proud of the fact that I was able to get rid of an ant infestation that had started to take over my kitchen, and I was able to accomplish it with nothing but vinegar, which made me feel very good. Didn't have to like go spraying a bunch of bug killer all over, the area where I prep my food. So that made me feel really good. Heidi said, Robert, I just subbed to Maeve 45 now. You're such a sweetheart, Heidi. Robert says, Heidi, thank you. Diane says, putting myself and health first. Very nice. I'm happy to hear that. That's great. He said, thank you, Alex. Thank you, everyone. Have a wonderful evening and terrific weekend. You as well, Diane. Thank you so much. You said, my sleep has been off recently and need to get back on track. Yes, absolutely. That's super important. I'm glad that you're going to do that. Alicia says, my accomplishment for the week is I got back into the writing and wrote an outline for my novel in progress. Woohoo! That's fantastic. Awesome job. Heidi said, I was watching Dark Matter. It is very slow at first, but at episode 4, it takes off. I think Blake Crouch must love Feist's Magician. I guess I'm going to have to watch that too, but I'm a little nervous because Dark Matter is one of my favorite sci-fi books of all time. And if they butchered anything from the book, I would be devastated. And Denise says, taking a granddaughter to pick up her things. She's spending the night. Aw, thanks for the sprints. Have a great weekend. I hope you have an awesome time, Denise. That sounds great. Diane says, I sub too, to Robert's comment. Robert says, Diane, thank you. Super sweet, everybody. Thank you so much. And with that, thank you. I hope you have a wonderful evening and an even better weekend. It was awesome hanging out with you all, as it always is, and it was also a ton of fun. I think we had some great conversations tonight, and hopefully by the time that you all see me again, I will have, if not finished Death's End, at least be like a super huge way into this chunker. Don't forget, I will not be here next week because of my anniversary, but I should see you all the following week after that. Take care, everybody. And let's see. Alicia says, thanks for sprints and have a good weekend. You too. Diane says, thank you and you're welcome. Heidi says, Alex Blake Crouch is the showrunner. Okay, then I accept it. Robert says, enjoy the day. Teresa says, thank you, Alex. I'm glad I got to do one sprint with you. I'm glad you did too, Teresa. Thank you for showing up. Faye says, good night. Good night to you too. Emily says, thanks for the sprints. Have a great weekend. All you as well, Emily. Jamie says, I finally got some seeds planted and have baby rainbow Swiss chard popping up. Now I just have to keep watering them daily. Yes! I love the gardening. I'm enjoying some gardening as well. I have some sunflowers and some gladioluses that are coming up right now. Heidi says, thanks for Friday Night Lights. Yes, Heidi, of course. Faye says, happy anniversary. Thank you. And for the anniversary wishes from everybody, thank you so much. Have a beautiful evening. See you all next time.